The Monday, July 24th council meeting to order. We do have quorum. Councillor Rosewold is on holidays and I'm not sure where Councillor Peterson is at this point in time. He's off with a phone call. Okay. So with that, I'll ask everyone to rise for the singing of Canada. So moving on to item 2, just get agenda pulled up here, is staff introductions. So planning and development, Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. Today I have 3 new members of the county to introduce. We have Stacy Florendo joining us from Calgary. She holds she is the summer student for the planning department, and she's assisting us with public consultation, permitting and research, and a range of other projects. She has a Bachelor of Design from OCAD University, and she'll be attending the University of Calgary for a master's in planning in the fall. In her spare time, she volunteers with the Calgary Drop-In and Rehab Center and enjoys photography featuring landscapes and portraits. We also have Rosalind Abrigo. She is a summer student for economic development, assisting on a range of business retention and research projects, bringing her specialization from her degree in petroleum engineering, and originally from Bolivia. She is currently studying business administration at Northwestern Polytechnic. And we have Cindy Patton, who is a familiar face around Grand Prairie. She joins economic development as an EDO in the investment attraction position. Let's see, she has been in the role of business retention and expansion as the coordinator for the city of Grand Prairie for around 4 years. She was born and raised in Newfoundland and came out west after attending culinary school to work at Jasper Park Lodge. She has also been in the hospitality industry for a number of years, and then moving into a role as a regional sales manager for several national brands before settling in Grand Prairie. When she isn't at work, she enjoys spending time with her family and dogs, trying out new recipes, camping and knitting toques. She also holds the vice presidency at Stepping Stones Daycare Society. Thank you.
Well, congrats. Well, welcome aboard, young ladies. Hopefully the 2 students will consider us for their future long-term careers. I mean, get to know, I believe both of you are on the bus tour with us, so you got to see what the county was about. So lots of things to offer. And Cindy, it's hard to keep track of, are you with the city or with us? So, but I'm glad we were able to steal someone back from the city, seeing so they took someone from us. So welcome aboard, and I hope you have a really good career and everything with us. So thank you. Okay, moving on to item 3, agenda approval. Councillor Beaupre.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. I don't see any additions to the agenda, so I'll move that the agenda for July 24th, 2023 be approved as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre of approval of the agenda for the council meeting of Monday, July 24th, 2023 as presented. Are there any other additions or deletions to the agenda? I'm seeing none. I will call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to item 4, minutes approval. Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks, Reeve Marshall. I'd move approval of the regular council meeting minutes for July 17th, 2023.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris of approval of the July 17, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented. Are there any errors or omissions? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to item 5, delegations appointments. There are none, so that leaves us into number 6, which is unfinished business. So La Gladys water connection fees. Director Shonkin, do you want me to hand this off to Danielle right away, or would you like to? Okay. Danielle, go ahead.
Good morning, Council. So today I'm here to present water connection fees regarding La Glace. Just in summary, so administration is seeking Council's approval for a county-wide connection fee and then the use of different user categories for payment of these connection fees. So just some background, we've had many discussions about water and wastewater over the last year and a bit. Those range from the connection fees, requests for recovery of the La Glace curb stop connection, and also use of the different categories for these connection fees. So all those resolutions are listed on here. So on July 10th, we met with the Water and Wastewater Committee and presented some items. They passed a few resolutions. So one of the resolutions was to recommend Council to approve a countywide recovery fee of $15,000 for all new connections. The second resolution was to recommend that Council approve use of user categories to allow for payment of the water line connection fee, and it would be over 20 years. So I'll just present, if we can go to the, I believe it's Sabina the second. Yes, that one.
Do you want to ask a question right now, Councillor Beaupre, or actually do you have a question, Danielle? Councillor Beaupre, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. Just for clarification, so is this to access to Aquaterra water as well, or is this just county-owned water systems?
So the recommendation would be for us to just have a county-wide connection fee going forward.
That would
So
include anyone that's hooking up to an Aquaterra serviced line?
yeah, so what we wouldn't remove any of the old fees that have already previously been approved on the schedule of fees, but it would be for anything going forward.
Anything new?
Anything new? Okay, because there are several ones, especially I'm thinking in the Dunes area, for example, that there's an opportunity to connect additional hookups. So, okay, thank you.
And we'll discuss some of the previous ones in the next slide.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Yeah, thanks, Reeve Marshall. So this is all connections or just connections to water systems supplied by the county?
I believe it would be for all connections, so.
Kind of curious because if you connected to your neighbor's well, you'd have to pay the
No,
county.
this would be to existing water systems. So like Aquaterra, if there's any new over and above what's been grandfathered in, then they would have to pay this new connection fee versus what was grandfathered in. I believe the old rate was $10,000. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, like we'll go,
So on our hamlets, all the existing hamlets, this will be what the connection fee is. Other than anything that's been grandfathered will be on the old rate. Going forward, anything that is new requests to hook up to any of our water systems, whether it's Aquaterra or
So currently Aquaterra collects the money for a connection, right?
other than the West Aqua line.
That's correct. So what we're going to do now is if there's new lots built in Claremont, we're going to collect $15,000 and then pay Aquaterra the fee?
No,
no.
this is only the West Aqua line.
So it doesn't apply to direct connections to Aquaterra then?
Not, no.
Okay, so that, we got that clarified. Thank you. Yep, so the next one is the west water line,
West Aqua Line.
west aqua line. So we're changing the rate on that now as well?
No. So Sabina, do you want to go to the last? Yeah, you might have to zoom in. So on this one summarizes what our current connection fees are. The blue underlines all the county ones that are currently on our schedule of fees. So you can see the dunes, the industrial, the West Aqua. So currently those all have a variety of different fees, and they kind of go by different, they're assigned by either parcel, acre, connection, or parcel. So they all vary. So going forward, we would just have $15,000 per connection. So again, it wouldn't impact these 5 that are currently listed.
So if a person wants to connect in Heights to the municipal water system, now it's gonna cost $15,000? Is that correct?
Yes. Like a new, a new
connection, yeah.
connection.
Same as in La Glace, same as in Bezanson, same
And
as in
Teepee Creek.
Teepee Creek.
So those are just the 4 hamlets we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's also Leshy's, if you look on the sheet, it's got Dunes and Tamarack.
Yeah.
But those are separate.
Those would be,
Yeah, so go ahead, Councillor
Sorry,
Beaupre.
thank you. Just for clarification, the $15,000 was, the infrastructure is already there, right? And so all of the residents that were presently, were part of the original, were paying the infrastructure. That's actually $15,000 is an infrastructure charge. Aquaterra charges you over and above that to hook up to their water system. It's just under $10,000 for water and sewer to hook up to. So that's if you're creating a new lot and you would like to hook up to water and sewer to basically make it fair to those that were there first that paid for the infrastructure that were there, that's the $15,000 charge. That it's not not necessarily hookup charge. It's a
the main line.
yeah, it's a buy into the water system.
Buy into the water system. It was the cost that the county put out front that we're recovering in the long term as people hook up to it, correct?
Well, it's actually within the subdivision, the individuals ratepayers all paid the total cost of what the infrastructure was. There's a portion that runs through Crown Land and to the treatment plant that the county upfronted some of those costs as well. So the residents that were initially petitioned for water are paying 100% of the cost
Okay,
on
so
a
this is like
improvement levy.
improvement levy.
And then there's been additional individuals such as myself that subdivided their property and added an additional lot. This was my purchase of part of that infrastructure.
Okay. Carry on, Daniel.
Can we go back to page 2, Sabina? So I'm just going to outline the La Glace one because specifically that water system is being created and there was request to bring back the recovery fee for the curb stops on this one. So there's about $4,017.44 for the main line. So that would be for residents to recover a main line fee. And then council approved installing curb stop, main line to curb stops. There was an approval of $239,000 to 18 residents. So that cost is about $13,300. So a new connection cost for La Glace is about $17,300. And so just note that this does not include curb stop to their house. They would have to pay for that on top of that amount. So we had lots of discussions about these connection fees being quite significant and that residents might not be able to afford these upfront. So the idea of approving a fee over a certain amount of time, 10, 15, 20 years was presented to the committee. And the committee wanted to go forward with 20 years. And so the bottom part just summarizes what those fees would look like on a monthly if they were over so many years. And so instead of just doing the full cost recovery on the La Glace one, I kind of showed how much those fees would be if we did decide a lower amount, 10,000, 12,500, and then 15,000. Any?
Councillor Balderson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you just have to stay with the property then if somebody sells
Yes.
the property, that would just be on title.
Yeah. So they would be charged those fees for 20 years.
Thanks.
Deputy Harris.
Thanks. So this line was also subsidized with a Water for Life grant, was it not?
Yes, a portion of it was subsidized.
So I thought part of the agreement with Water for Life was that you could not subsidize the rates. Is that correct or not? You couldn't use the grant to subsidize the rates.
I would have to look into that.
Yeah, maybe Director Konowalik if he knows.
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Councillor Beaupre, or, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question around the comment that Councillor Balderson made. Can an individual pay that connection fee out at one time? Like if they purchase their house from another individual that has already been levied against? Sometimes the realtor or the lawyer will say, these are the additional fees. We'd like to pay them out, or they may be negotiated in a sale of a home, for example, so that they don't necessarily have to pay them annually. Is there an opportunity for them to pay that out, whatever's remaining? If it's $15,000 and they paid a couple thousand because it's only been a couple of years that they've paid the levy. Because I know that that's a question that's been asked, like there's homes changing hands in the Dunes area, for example. And there's some that would prefer not to have the levy over top of an annual or a monthly payment from Aquaterra.
Right.
Or is that an option to them? It just stays on the title until it's paid.
So I believe our idea was that they wouldn't be able to pay it outright. It would stay with the property and it would just be over the 20 years.
And there's no interest on this either, right? This is just
No.
paying the principal, so there's no extra cost. There's no benefit to pay it out.
On the La Glace one, but I'm sorry, I guess I'm using
Yeah.
two different examples. There is interest that's associated with the ones in the.
With
Dunes
the
and
other
other
ones,
systems
this one, there's no interest, so there's no benefit
to
to
pay it.
paying it out unless you just don't want to have that extra fee. Like there's no financial benefit to doing that on this one.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. And in regards to that, the property that sits idle with no payments on it has been serviced to that extent. If it only carries out 20 years, is this retroactive back in time with it? Does it carry forward? Because there could be lots sitting there that have, they owe the money. No one's been there for 10 years. We put it on 20 years. What happens to the 10 years it's gone? How is that absorbed or paid for over time?
If they're already on the system, then it would probably be added to whatever fees that would have to be collected, whoever buys the property.
So if it sits for 10 years and there's a 20-year term on it, it goes backwards 10 years to be paid in full to catch up?
I wouldn't say it goes backwards. It would,
Does it
from
carry
today
forward?
going forward, there's a 20-year payment on the fee.
So
So if it sits for 10 years, then those fees are going to accumulate over 10 years. And when someone buys it, those fees are going to carry forward to that point in time that are owing on that property.
So at the end of 20 years, if no one buys that block until the end of 20 years, it's the full 15,000 or whatever the amount is.
Then it'll be the full, yeah.
Okay.
I'm seeing Director Konowalik.
Circling back to Deputy Reeve Harris's question, I'm not seeing anything that talks about subsidizing rates or connections. I am seeing, and I do recall this personally, there was a lot of emphasis being placed on cost recovery and within your rates, not just for operating, but capital and life cycle asset cost management. And so they do have a dedicated area where projects such as that would probably score a little higher, but I'm not seeing nothing that would stop you from this. I'll dig a little deeper, but that's what I see when I look quickly.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
So these recommended rates or whatever they're showing, that has no interest included. And can I ask why the group recommended no interest on a 20-year loan or 20-year payment?
So there is another recommendation for the perpetual calculation that Mark has also wanted to present, but I can we can talk about that now or later, and that would be adjusted potentially yearly.
Director Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so what we looked at is, when we looked at initially at the 20-year option, we did realize that there would be complications in terms of it, so that if someone connects today, that means we have to account for that individual, and someone else connects, then 5 years later, then we have to do another 20-year, on each of those individually. So another option that we considered was to say, let's look at these connection fees, 15,000 on a perpetual basis. So in other words, if someone connects today, we're not going to put a 20-year term on it. We're going to say this is part of, that lot, and it will go on, indefinitely. And what's going to be the payment that has to be made on a monthly basis, that if we do use a perpetual calculation. In the perpetual calculation, what we do have is we do have interest and inflation components included in it, and it's based on a real rate discount rate. That real rate discount is a number that we received from we've calculated based on the rates that we've received from RBC. So therefore, and what we'll do then is on the perpetual calculation, 15,000 today, indefinitely is $37.50 per month. But what we'll do now is we'll adjust this monthly payment annually or every 5 years, whichever council decides on, with inflation. So what will happen is if someone do connect in 20 years time, then what they will have is they will have this perpetual calculation that would have been adjusted with inflation, then going forward indefinitely. So therefore it will, a few benefits that you'll have, in following this approach is that individual accounts don't have to be accounted for in terms of how far they are in terms of the 20-year cycle. If someone does connect, 5 or 10 years later now, the inflationary component that's associated to this connection fee would have been included, because you can think if someone connects today at $15,000 and someone connected 10 years ago at $15,000, if someone connects today at $15,000, they would have been, in real money terms, be paying less than someone that paid 10 years ago, and the same if we use that algorithm going forward. So therefore, this simplifies it. It's a calculation that's small enough that it's that residents, I don't think would too cumbersome on the residents when they have to make monthly payments. Yes, and it will achieve both goals. We'll be able to have a low amount payment for low income residents that can afford it, and also it will be fair then to the high income residents, where they then can also have this option, because the county will not lose money either way going forward. Thank you.
So just before I go to Councillor Dupre, just a question on that. Is it gonna be tied to our $15,000 hookup fee? Because if we don't change that, then $15,000 now, and we keep that in 20 years, if it's still $15,000, then there shouldn't be any inflationary rate on these ones as well.
100%, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for picking that up. I actually forgot to mention that as well. By not adjusting this 15,000 annually with inflation, we are effectively reducing the connection fee annually with the inflation if we don't adjust it and keep up with it buying value of money. So yes,
It will be tied.
yes, both have to be updated annually if there's going to be new connections. Otherwise, we would not be fair to residents that connected earlier versus the ones that connected later.
Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Councillor Krennic's question, so there's a monthly fee for water and sewer, like so per consumption, basically,
Yeah.
and then there's this other fee, connection fee. So would it not be just as simple as doing it like others that we've done, put it on title, and therefore they pay it annually in with your taxes, like a local improvement levy has been? In the Dunes area, I know myself personally, I pay it annually on my taxes, and I know it's there. So if the lot sits empty, you pay it regardless of whether you use it or not, because it's an opportunity in the future you may want to exercise. And my second question is, why are we doing it differently than we do other? I mean, I know we have lots of other water systems, but why wouldn't we do the same thing with the connection fee? Is that we figure out how much it costs to borrow the money for all of those lots or all that are associated. And there's an interest that goes with it. But every time there's a new connection comes on, it actually reduces the amount on annually. There's a calculation that's done to reduce the cost of the local improvement levy, I think it is, but I can't remember exactly how that works. So it's less convoluted, I think, than what I heard, saying that, a perpetual fee, that there'll be an additional inflationary cost to it. Like, it's going to be X amount of dollars to do it. And regardless of whether you come now or you come later, you still pay the same amount. It's, in my opinion, would be less work for staff to be able to figure it out. But maybe I'm confused on this.
So basically what you're saying is this is the cost today.
Yep.
What is the cost over 20 years to recoup those costs amongst those residents? And then instead of adding an inflationary cost.
Yeah, I mean, we've done that with other systems. And so, we wouldn't be recreating the wheel on that item. It just seems that we all have, when people are talking about their water systems and how they're paying for it, there's so many different that people are confused about the actual cost to service them and how much water it costs.
I think
Everybody knows the cost of how much water there's on their water bill. They don't know the infrastructure costs.
I think if you do that, it's for the existing, whatever is put into place today. The issue, I believe, is if someone connects in 10 years, then that cost to connect from the main line to the curb stop is not going to be the same 15,000 it was today. It'll be more than likely with inflation, unless we go into a deflationary period. It's going to be more than what it is today. So that's, I think, where the issue comes in, is because there's potential add-on at later time at different costs. It's not all the same cost today as if someone paved the road in front of me today. Right? So go ahead.
For example, if you figure out you've got an X amount of hookups and you only hook up 10 and they're paying for the opportunity for the 10, but somewhere along the line, some developer, whomever, or association comes in and say they want 25. Basically, they come in at $15,000 hookup 10 years later. They've more than paid the additional costs, right? So there's actually potentially cost recovery plus, depending on how many hookups that you figure out the system has, and then potential add-ons in the future.
Yeah. The way with the information you brought up, my concern would be, do we do the perpetual inflationary cost to these ones when they're paying the cost? They should be paying the cost for today, what it is today, not for what it's going to cost in the future. So, and if someone comes in the future and the costs are higher, then they pay those costs associated at that point in time, not what it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, so for example, my infrastructure charges on my property were $27,000. When I bought in, it was $15,000. But then the local improvement levy had been paid down to a certain point at that point. But it was paid for, there was substantial more hookups available as well, and the potential for there to be more people to come on quicker and reduce the debt or the burden to the initial individuals that were part of the local improvement levy.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks, Reed Marshall. Yeah, I think we're trying to make this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. What we want to do is establish a connection fee. Anybody that's going to connect this line that's in an existing hamlet has the option of fixing their well. That's why they'd want to connect. So I'm sure that it's going to cost them more than $15,000 capital to replace their well. And if they did replace their well, they would have to fund it themselves and there'd be no monthly fees. So I think we should just set the connection fee for $15,000 and no other options. Just make it simple. Thank you.
First, we have Councillor Peterson.
So I think we should be given the option that they can either pay their 15,000 immediately or have a perpetual fee that they pay. And I think the perpetual fee will increase the amount of people we have on the line. My fear in La Glace, for instance, is that we may get 1 or 2 people on the line and then we have the whole system running. And our cost of operations are also a factor. So if we have, for instance, 2 people on the line, we're way better off giving options to other people that may decide to hook up because they can afford to, and you know, it's better than their well. But if we're going to outweigh all the wells on the glass, I don't like that strategy. I think our system will sit there underutilized for a long time, and our operating costs will still be high.
So just, Councillor Oswald's not here to speak for her area and stuff, but I know in that conversation at the committee, she had concern because there's a lot of low income families there, and to put that burden on them right now, she feels that that would be too onerous. And this is she didn't like this option either, but the committee felt this is a better compromise to at least provide that option for people in the low income, to give them a chance so that they could participate and still pay it back. And to Councillor Peterson's point as well, hopefully you get more with this option, you get more people hooking on to the system and a better cost recovery on the system, because the more people you have on the system, the better chance you have of actually getting to a cost recovery model, no different than what Aquaterra is, because there's such a high volume of people on that system. The rates are what they are, and they can go to a cost recovery plus and looking at capital replacement and everything. So. Councillor Peterson.
And in some of the small hamlets, the cost recovery numbers are going to be atrocious. And if we have 2 people on that system and we're trying to capture the operating costs on those 2 people, as an example, it would be horrible. And I've looked at some of the numbers for the different, areas, and generally, depending on how many people are hooking up, the cost drops. I mean, density is a big difference, and some of the operating costs of the seat are massive as well, even if you look at it on a monthly basis.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversation and understand both Councillor Roosevelt and Councillor Peterson's place, but in La Glace, presently we have the opportunity to drill wells. I wonder if we're going to operate a system like that, do we now say, once those wells have been depleted or they're no longer active, that individuals have to hook up to this line? Because if you investigate the cost of drilling a well for their own personal usage, it's quite a bit more than the $15,000 that this cost is, plus the additional from the curb stops into their home connection. Appreciate that there are individuals that need some help and some subsidy, but there's a cost associated with living wherever you have ownership, and all the rest of us individuals that are living privately outside of hamlets have to pay the costs associated with that.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Yeah, so once again, there's also houses that have wells that have more than 1 house on them. They have 2 or 3 houses, and they got backyard lines, and they're happy with their wells. The same as in the Hamlet of Heights. There's shared wells there as well. So I just don't understand why we feel that the taxpayers of the county of Grand Prairie should have to subsidize the people in the hamlets for their water, because everybody else has to pay full bore for their water. Why don't these people, why are they not expected to pay a fair rate? And I don't think that $15,000 to connect is an unfair rate. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson.
I don't think $15,000 to hook up is an unfair rate either, Peter. And I also agree with Leanne in that when people's wells fails, it'll be a better decision to hook up to our system than it will be to hook up or drill a new well. I don't think we have to make that, legislate that. Economics will create that. My concern is that we may wait 10 or 20 years for their wells to fail. And be operating those with very few people on them. You know, even at maximum of everybody hooks up there, we're not at big numbers, you know, so I think it's important to try and get more people onto the line and cut the operating costs. If we want to look at recovery, I mean, I think we have to do that.
Daniel.
One more thing.
Okay, Councillor Peterson.
I also think that that maybe as council, we made a mistake in putting that system in there. You know, I do, I truly do. And so.
Councillor Beaupre.
I guess I would just have to disagree a little bit with Councillor Peterson, regardless of whether you have 1 or 50 people on. The cost is the cost to operate that system, right? So the annual or their monthly fees for consumption, you know, if we're concerned about that, then the more people that are on their monthly fees should be less for operating. But operating is the cost of having the asset available, regardless of whether there's 1 or 50 people hooked up.
Yeah, and that was the conversation. It's what's affordable for people, because I think to Councillor Peterson's point, he was trying to make that if you have 2 people on it for full cost recovery, they're going to be paying maybe $400 a month. And if you have 20 people, you're going to be paying $80 a month. So it's just affordability. The more people you get on it, it's like the Aquaterra system. I believe that's where you're going, correct, Councillor Peterson? So no, it doesn't. Yeah. Councillor Peterson.
So if I look at the costs of water in the hamlets, Heights actually can come in at somewhat of a reasonable number because it's divided by enough people. I look at some of the other hamlets, we're never coming in at a reasonable number. You know, there's just too few people on the system. And even theoretically, if we take everybody and put them on the system, you know, and so I think that operating the water system the cost of operating doesn't change a lot, whether we have 2 people on it or 20. You know, it's a little bit more chemical, but the real cost is people time, right? And so I just think that we've spent the money on this thing. We need to get utilizing it and spread the cost of it over more people. Otherwise, we're going to have an empty asset that we already spent the money on, and we're getting nothing for that asset.
Back to you, Danielle.
Okay. So maybe I'll go back to page 3, Sabina. So again, this is just the summary of our current county rates, connection rates, and then there are a couple comparatives. Again, we thought just a standard rate would require less administrative burden in calculating. Some of these water systems may have a grant attached to them, some may not. So this just is an easier standardized wave and also quicker. We do have some, we have at least 1 resident from La Glace inquiring about connection, and then there was also the La Glace Library Board was looking. So I guess administration is looking for an answer, even if it was just for La Glace regarding. So I'll maybe move to the recommendation. So administration, and there was a little bit of an error in this administrative action recommendation. There was an extra item that got put in there. So The motion should read option 1, that council approve the standard county water line recovery fee of 15,000 for all new connections. And then motion 2 would be that the council approve user categories to allow for payment of the water line connection fee over 20 years for the residents of the hamlet of La Glace. That perpetual calculation should not be in there. So looking for councils.
Director Schonken, did you want to add anything?
Yes, maybe just to finish off on this discussion regarding the 15,000 and the perpetual calculation and the 20-year calculation. The reason, the fact that the perpetual calculation does have an interest component included in there. So should the county decide to go with this option, all in all, at the end of the day, the county will not lose money in terms of that. Plus, it's a fee that can be adjusted annually. It is linked to the 15,000, and it's small enough that if residents do want to connect to it, that they can. And if they want to do pay it off, as Councillor Beaupre has suggested, then we will be able to do that calculation from the point that they did start making those payments to the point where they want to pay it off, and then whichever way we choose to either remove it off either their monthly bills or part of the property taxes or whichever, we will be able to do that calculation. So like Daniela said, there are those two options that she has mentioned was the two options that was recommended by the committee. This is just an additional throw in at the last minute for council's consideration. Thanks.
Okay, so Deputy Harris.
Thanks, Field Marshal. Hearing that, I'd like to move motion 1, that the water and wastewater, that we approve the recommendation of the Water and Wastewater Committee to approve a standard county water recovery fee of $15,000.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris that council approve a standard county wastewater recovery fee of $15,000 for all new connections. Is there any further discussion to the motion, Councillor Beaupre? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the identifier for, like it says, wastewater and water connection fees for Dunes and Tamarack Country Industrial, County Industrial, those are infrastructure costs, not necessarily connection fees, because the connection fee is to Aquaterra. If you're using a 5/8 or 16 mm's is 9,000 for water and sewer. Like there's an actual connection fee to Aquaterra for these lines that are fed by an Aquaterra system. This is actually a connection for additional infrastructure or a connection to an addition because you've created an additional lot on there.
Right.
Because there's already a certain amount of connections that are already identified in that subdivision, for example, like there were 70 connections. And because you're creating an additional lot, then there's basically, you're taking one of the 70. So this is a little bit confusing, I think, to the individuals that may be looking at it. Like they need to know that there's a fee to the county because you're creating an additional lot. And then Aquaterra has a fee for the actual size of the line going into your property of an additional approximately $10,000. That's my only concern is I support those two initiatives, but I think they need to be separated out so that they're identifiable, easier identifiable, that if you're subdividing a piece of property and you want to connect because it's not already being levied,
right,
this is $15,000 for you, and then you have to pay the Aquaterra connection fee, which is also identified there.
Okay.
So I can't support Mr. Harris's motion until there's that clarification on that.
So if I understand correctly, just bear with me here a little bit, Councillor Beaupre. So these fees that are identified on this comparative worksheet, the 15,000, 10,008, 10,000, 10,005, and 15,002 are for the infrastructure costs associated with the line infrastructure going to their property or access to their property. And then they still have to pay the Aquaterra hookup fees and their own trenching fees from the water line and stuff as well. Like, we don't need to worry about that piece, but it's just for up to the curb stop itself, which is the infrastructure.
I paid $15,000, $10,000 to Aquaterra approximately, and another 25 to have it trenched to my house. That included the chamber, whatever else, all the rest of the stuff. So there's more costs associated than that. And I think there needs to be more clarification for individuals when they're coming.
So the way the motion reads, it states that council approve the standard water line recovery fee for all new connections.
It's not sure it's a water line recovery fee because the water, yeah, it's for the system, like, because there's already,
But it's an infrastructure cost that has been paid up front that we're trying to recover now, right? Because that cost has been paid up front. So now if they want to add any new additional,
yeah.
then they want to do this water or a new connection. This is new connections, not anything existing or anything that's been grandfathered in if someone has. Correct, Danielle?
So, and that's a new county, it's to all systems
Of these ones that are identified
of
here,
the ones.
and plus the hamlets,
Okay.
correct?
So basically it's all systems
We operate.
that we operate. Well, we don't operate the dunes and the county industrial or the West Aqua.
But we paid those fees ourselves, right?
Oh,
Didn't we?
I'm sorry?
We paid those fees, or some of them paid on a improvement levy.
Yeah, some of them, county industrial dunes and Tamarack Estates pay on a local improvement levy. West Aqua has to pay it up front when they connect. Because there's no infrastructure fee for them. Because they had there was a grant associated with
Yes.
theirs. That's why I'm saying that it is very convoluted because the systems, some have grants, some don't, some pay full 100% cost recovery.
Okay, Julia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Based on what I recall, the conversation was the idea was that any new property that is connecting to Aquaterra would be excluded from this. Would be just for the county maintained systems. So the way I understood the existing fees in West Aqua or Dunes was established was based on actual cost of bringing that line into that area, and the cost, the additional cost that Aquaterra has regarding the water treatment plant and the distribution system and the treatment system is not part of it. Whereas the difference with the county system, the county had to pay for the plant, the county pays for the wells, the county pays for the treatment system, overall distribution system, and ongoing maintenance of those systems. So comparing any fees that Aquaterra established in the past and what we're looking at, kind of looking at two different components. I know that if there's a fee established in the existing county hamlets, and I believe in some areas like in Byzantium or somewhere else, people connected paying the actual cost of that distribution line in the past. But none of those fees included any component, a capital infrastructure component, to the best of my knowledge. So the idea of $15,000 fee for new connections in the county hamlets, excluding any systems that maintain to Aquaterra, that although the amount got calculated using the actual connection fees to connect to this particular line in La Glace, if you stop and think about $15,000 to connect to water line for ongoing lifetime commitment for the county to basically to continue treating water, maintaining the system, upgrading water treatment plant is not an unreasonable amount to connect. That is pretty much acceptable in any other place. So, but the only thing we're saying here, or the way I would read it, that it is only new people who never contributed through the rate or in any other way. And, the connection to the line is not reflected obviously in the assessment in their house prior to the connection. So now any new connection to the county operated system, it would make sense to have a fee, but I wouldn't call it a water line fee. I would say that it is a capital infrastructure fee. And that fee would go into a pot of money where whenever we need to upgrade county owned infrastructure for water and for water lines or water treatment plant, this is the pot of money that the county could tap into a reserve, basically. So I don't know if we have a county-related water reserve, but in the long term, because we have such disconnect between how the past fees were established and each hamlet has different system, it would make sense for us to invest into the proper water plan, future plans, saying what are we doing with those systems? What does it take to maintain those systems? I know there's some ad hoc projects were done or ad hoc studies were done, but there's nothing comprehensive that's saying, looking out into the next 25 to 50 years, what is the county doing with those systems? And what will trigger expansion versus maintaining what is currently there? So that's basically a drop in the bucket from what you know it costing us to maintain those systems and operate them or make any type of a capital investment. So yes, 15,000 is a lot of money. We're not treating it as a local improvement, so we cannot really apply similar rules as such. Preferred approach for the county, absolutely, to receive that $15,000 upfront upon connection. So affordability piece, I guess that's what council need to discuss and see, do we want to offer options for that? And if perpetual calculation doesn't work, then it could be a set amount of years that would be attached to that property that the person would have to pay. But that's the way I would perceive it. We have no capital recovery fee right now in our rates. We basically barely cover our operating. There's nothing for capital recovery, and this would be a move in the right direction. And it's hard to implement that capital recovery because many people that connected currently paid upfront for that fee at the time when water line was brought to their house too, right? So, and that's probably the best solution going forward for new connections. So, but that's what I have to offer. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Yeah, thanks. I think Julia covered just everything. I was going to say that this is a fee that we're putting into our schedule of fees. So it's half the story because we would have to discuss the sewer connection fee as well. So if someone come along with a new lot in those hamlets and they both want both water and sewer, most of the people that we're talking about already have sewer. So the ones that are just going to talk to, anyway, I'm just confusing the issue. Thank you.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. So the motion as it stands, it says to approve a standard county water line recovery fee of 15 for all new connections. It should say excluding those operated by Aquaterra, because that's a different, that's a capital infrastructure or whatever, or something else, which is already happening within some of those Aquaterra operated systems.
I think it would be easier to say on systems operated
By the county. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just,
Because-
we need to make clarification about what systems we're talking about.
If we're going to the exclusion, then we'd have to exclude private systems and community systems.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Deputy Reeve Harris.
Operated by the county, so
Owned and operated? Owned and operated by the county, because county operates some other systems, do they not? On behalf of the
no, Aquaterra is the only one that's really gone out to start operating other systems.
just operated then, I guess.
It could be owned and operated because, yeah,
Or she,
so we have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris. The council approved a standard county water line recovery fee of $15,000 for all new connections on systems owned and operated by the county. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Okay, so there's, go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question then, because we have identified a capital infrastructure fee for county-owned and operated systems. I think that we need to ask administration to bring back an RFD for a procedure policy standard operating practice that's already happening with those that are operated, owned by systems that are owned by ratepayers that are operated by Aquaterra for the same capital improvement, whatever, or a fee to associated. Because there's, in the system that I'm aware of, know of, they're already charging the $15,000 creation of a lot or creation of an opportunity to hook up to a system that's already being paid for by the individuals that were circulated under local improvement levy. So there's probably needs to be something that identifies that same procedure so that when someone else other than Danielle's doing it or Julia's doing it, they understand that someone has to pay that additional 15,000. I know at least 4 lots that have been created that individuals in that subdivision have paid the additional $15,000 to hook up to Aquaterra, plus the hookup charge that Aquaterra charges and the other incidental charges to get water to their property. And I don't think we have a policy or anything that identifies that like we do as what we just agreed to through resolution.
So this is around the infrastructure costs that were identified. Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Are you, just a question, are you talking about Aquaterra?
Yes.
Systems? I believe it is already mentioned in Aquaterra by law, so it would be fee collected by Aquaterra.
Sorry, no, this is an additional cost. So I pay the Aquaterra fee because that's part of the Aquaterra agreement. But to be able to the opportunity to subdivide my lot or any other lot in a system like that, there's an additional charge of $15,000 to be able to do that. And that reduces the debt that was borrowed against that whole system, because the system has X amount of hookups available to it as identified by Aquaterra. And all of those individuals that petitioned the county on a local improvement levy knew what the charges were up front. But when you have a latecomer like myself to the system, I shouldn't be able to get in for free. So there was a cost associated with that, and they charged $15,000 per hookup. And that reduced the overall burden to the whole system.
Yeah. So that would be covered somewhere in our planning document. So we'll take a look about at that. So usually it's that infrastructure fee through the subdivision process. So we'll take a look and make sure that that information is transparent and available to people who want to subdivide. Yeah.
Because I know for as an individual paying my taxes, I have seen the cost of my local improvement change as somebody's either paid off the fee completely or we've added on additional lots. The cost annually decreases till the total system is paid off or the total local improvement levy has been paid out.
So I believe what Councillor Beaupre referring to is already reflected in those fees that we currently have in the bylaw, but I will double check and make sure that there's nothing else exists that is buried in planning documents.
Sure, there's a bylaw. I think it's just a standard operating process.
Okay, we'll follow up and make sure that we have a full summary of what areas in the municipality that exist right now and serviced by Aquaterra where additional fees are being charged at subdivision point. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
So there are potentially 2 other motions that could go with this. One is around the giving people options, paying it off upfront or over a 20-year payment plan. And then the other one is this perpetual fee. And I actually, thinking about this, I don't know if that's a good way of going. If we're looking at this is what the current cost is and then adding inflationary costs to this over time to the same people that are paying now, I think that goes against what even a local improvement is. I think in the future, as we change the fee schedule, the new people should be paying that accordingly. Like if it goes up to $16,000, then they have the option of paying 16,000, or it's going to change the accounting or tracking procedures and stuff within our accounting department for as people hook on later on. But no different than a local improvement levy. If we're paying it now, you're paying that cost over the 15 or 20 years, whatever the debenture's for. It's not, okay, we're going to increase that cost every 5 years or as inflation increases to reflect what the new cost is. You're paying on what the original cost was. And I believe, Director Shonkin, if I understand the way you laid this out, this is going to reflect on the people currently that they'll pay the inflationary costs for the 20-year cycle. Is that correct?
Not on the 20-year cycle, but on the perpetual calculation, the annual inflationary increases will be adjusted to the.
So this would be an extra add-on to look at a small capital recovery, basically going forward for the entire system.
No, it would be, it's either we use the 20-year system, the 20-year approach, or we use the perpetual approach. So whichever
one or the other.
Which of the other? One or the other.
Okay. Okay. So what is council's direction with regards to this? Councillor Peterson.
With the perpetual one, are you collecting interest on the money there?
Yes, it is. So in other words, it would be, so what we're basically trying to do with the perpetual calculation is to remove the time value of money component to it. So if you, in today's terms of money, if you pay something today, and if you pay something in 10 years time, the adjustment that we're looking to, to make to it is going to be the same. And then also, so that when people look at the bills throughout the county, everyone will see, let's say in today's terms, $37.50 charge. And then next year it will be, let's say, $38 charge, the same throughout everyone that does follow this approach, and so on and so on and so on. And it will be one standardized rate. Otherwise, what I'm trying to avoid is that we have 50 different rates for the same thing throughout the county. And by doing this approach, there would be just one rate, and we don't have to have a very complex system of tracking it and to update it. But maybe I'm overthinking it. But that's just some, when I can just see, where I can see we have to monitor, control, track. The fee schedule is going to be different than for each one that you'll see on an annual basis. But yeah, like I said, maybe I'm overcomplicating it in my mind. But I try and. Well, I see some complications going forward on this approach. Thanks.
So if you're putting some kind of an adjuster in consumer price index, for instance, then you really don't have to change the connection fee. Theoretically, we should be at whatever the connection fee would be valued in the future, correct?
That's right. So what I'm thinking of is that we do adjust the 15,000 each year with inflation, as we would do the monthly charge with inflation. An inflationary adjustment, and then it keeps it simple. Everyone moving forward will, in time value of money, be paying the same thing, and so on.
Okay, so just one more question then. In the beginning, would you have the option to pay your $15,000?
Yes, I think what we'll be able to do is, as soon as someone or a lot as I hooked up to this approach, they can either pay the 15,000 upfront, or then, if as Councillor Beaupre has suggested, is that someone want to pay it off sooner, they don't want to see this on there, then you'll be able to do the calculation as to when they started to the point where they want to pay it off, and then we'll be able to calculate then what's the portion that was paid off from the 15,000 and what's the residual that then has to be paid off, so that then be clear on the bills monthly.
Okay, after those questions, that's my preferred option. Thank you.
Councillor Frayne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, can I just have some clarification on user categories? Because it sounds like there's really just two. There's either pay it off or pay it in either a perpetual way or over a 20-year period. Am I missing a category?
Yep. No, so yeah, it would be either initial connection fee and then, yeah, we would just set up. So you'd have your monthly fees that, for consumption. And then we just set up a separate, category for certain users that have selected to connect, and then they just have to pay that additional fee.
And maybe if I can just add on to what Daniel has just said, is that if we make this specific to the glass, if another hamlet does something similar, then we're gonna have something different, so then it would be for different user classes. So so that is also something to consider. But like I say, if we can keep it as simple as possible, it will make life quite a bit easier for all of us.
Okay, so really just you either pay it in full, or we were gonna decide on how we're going to offer a payment plan, either perpetually or just to the flat rate. Okay.
Councillor Beaupre.
So, okay, that's my question as well then. And initially it's a $15,000 fee. You can pay it upfront, or you can pay it on a perpetual annual fee of $450. Is that right?
The 3750 times 12, so I assume it's then close to 450.
Perpetual monthly fee.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
but the annual fee is $450. You could pay that annually.
I would say that we should choose one or the other, just to make it
Where with the perpetual monthly fee would show up on their consumption bill.
yes,
that
that's
right?
correct, yes.
So basically, they can either, if the recommendation is you either pay the $15,000 connection fee right up front, and then all you would have would be a monthly consumption bill, is that right? And then, or you'd have a monthly consumption bill with a perpetual monthly fee, and that would run till somebody decides they want to pay it out, and then we'd have to go back and figure out how much they paid, or it would just be a $15,000 fee and then be done with it.
Yes, well, what we can do is then, if someone, if we want to take the option to say that if someone at a later stage want to clear this off their account, we will be able to calculate on that specific account how much they've paid off in terms of the
How much they have left owing.
Yeah,
Okay.
left owing. But yes, it can be done. It's
And the
Yeah.
perpetual monthly fee would be adjusted with CPI annually.
that's correct. Yes, the perpetual monthly plus the the 15,000 connection fee, I think will bring each year forward now with to council with this fee schedule to update or those kind of things.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Yeah, I think we're kind of confusing things here. We've already set the connection fee of $15,000.
Correct.
Now we're talking about finance options that we're willing to give people who connect.
Correct.
Those finance options should be at cost, not under cost. At cost to the county of Grand Prairie.
That's right, and that's exactly what the perpetual calculation that I
So-
presented will give to the county. It will be at cost in today's terms.
So where's the $15,000 going to come from? Well, we would probably have to borrow it. So why wouldn't we just use the Alberta capital rates over 20 years and say, here's what you pay us? And we'd borrow the money and they'd pay us and we'd pay it back. Be pretty simple as far as I see. Because this is not about water now, this is about financing.
That's right, but I mean, if we do follow that approach and we say that we're going to use the the Alberta financing rate, and we say we're going to do it over 20 years, not everyone's going to connect at the same time. So in other words, if someone connects, then in 5 years' time or 10 years' time, or in 20 years' time, when that full debenture has been paid off, when they start paying at that time at these rates we have established today, it's going to be almost insignificant for them that they're going to be paying, plus the time value of money that we'll be receiving at that point is going to be so low that it's that the county will be losing money on it.
Yes. But over time, we can change in the schedule of fees, the connection fee. So in 5 years' time, if we decide, oh, it's worth $20,000 to connect, we can just change the schedule of fees. So I don't think we have to have a mechanism that goes through yearly and adjusts it, right? I think that this table should be able to adjust it.
Yes, that's an approach as well that you can follow. But like I say, it's the if you want to use the approach in terms of this, it would be standardized and make it forward. But like 100% councillor, is that you will be able to change it. I mean, if council decides tomorrow that they, well, next year that they want to make it 20,000, yes, then it's different. But either way, we want to make sure that the cost of the county is adjusted for time value and to make sure that the county doesn't lose money from one resident to another, and also to make sure that it's fair from one resident to another over time.
That's right. So what, I understand that, but we've decided that $15,000 is fair now, right?
Today.
You know, now we're saying, do we want to offer finance options? It's a separate issue. Do we or do we not? And if we do, it should be at cost or more. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't be subsidizing that finance option.
No, I think what he's saying is the CPI is cost recovery, the other one isn't. There's two options here. One is the CPI calculation that he
That's not
said.
cost recovery. $37.50 a month. That's way under. The discount rate is not 3% today. It's over 5%.
That is right.
Prime rate is like 7.25%.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I can respond, Councillor Alvarez, that is 100% correct. So that's why we work on the real rate, and that's why we will adjust this this monthly rate on an annual basis with the CPI. So the real rate is then is the net factor between the interest rate and the inflation rate component. So that's the differential over let's say what we've received from RBC over the past 20 years. We looked at the difference between inflation and the long-term interest rates that was there. So we then calculated the real rate component to that, and that is about 3%. And then what we then do is we use that 3% to discount it and make it a perpetual calculation, and we adjust the perpetual calculation annually with inflation. So therefore, when we do this calculation, the county will not lose money, and over time it will be exactly the same amount, because the real rate is to put it very simply, it's almost like a boat floating on the ocean and the waves. So it goes up and down, and the difference always stays the same. And therefore we use the inflation that changes annually with the perpetual component that's it. So in other words, if you add the two together, you'll get to the interest rate basically. If you adjust it annually with the, that's why we work on a perpetual. So in other words, it goes indefinitely. That's why you adjust it with the inflation annually. %. I shall do so.
So I guess just before I go to Julia on this, because the original, if you look at the over 20 years, it was $62 per month, correct? And this is showing it's $37.50.
That's right.
So we're definitely not recovering on this at all.
That's why we're saying forever. If you look at the
so this lowers it, this allows them to pay it, but they're paying it forever, and they're going to be paying more. If they choose not to pay it off, what if they get to the point where they're paying over the 15,000? Are we going to keep charging them?
Yes, because it's a perpetual calculation. So in other words, it is $100 in 50 years from now is going to be very small. So in other words, we want to make sure that it grows, and therefore that's why the perpetual calculation works on this basis.
So then they're not going to be able to go back and say, I want to pay it off now. If they sign up for this option, they're locked in.
They are locked in, yes, but because the perpetual calculation also has the component of capital associated, you can calculate how much have they paid over time.
But what if they pay more? But if, say, it's 30 years from now or 40, well, I'm going to be worm food by then, but.
The perpetual calculation, the basis how it works is you cannot be paying more. So in other words, that's why we say it's a perpetual calculation, so it calculates it forward and indefinitely into the future. And that's why, that's why the 37 monthly is so much lower than the $62 monthly, because it's a payment until the end of time, if I can use that.
Okay, Julia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. I know when Mark brought perpetual calculation forward at the committee meeting or a discussion about perpetual calculation, which is a great approach if you implement in a capital infrastructure fee all across the county system, considering that this 15,000 is strictly linked to that infrastructure of the line installation that we're currently doing. It doesn't make sense from my perspective to use perpetual calculation for that purpose. So I think 15,000 is the right fee. And then if it's a 20-year or a 15-year recovery, I think that's only the way it should be. Where I would support perpetual calculation to be in place once we have the overall water and sewer infrastructure plan, that we have a calculation that's attached to that capital plan and what it is, the future upkeep and future infrastructure updates that will be required, that we actually implement perpetual fee, which we would then implement across all county systems, and it would be uniform, and that would go again into the pot to upkeep and upgrade existing water treatment systems and distribution system. But with this particular amount, I know that was looked very attractive, perpetual calculation, because of the small amount a person would have to pay. So, and I think that's why the committee wanted to see what that calculation will look like. Is this the best approach in this particular situation? I don't think so. Now, just remember, as a municipality, we are not really permitted to fund private individuals other than through local improvement type of arrangements. So in this particular situation, the only way we're allowed to work with by setting up different user categories. So and that's what the recommendation was at the committee level, to have some user category that will allow a person to pay it off in set number of years to release that burden. So then it would not be viewed as borrowing from the municipality, because an individual can go to the bank and borrow that 15,000 and pay appropriately. We're just offering this alternative to encourage people to connect and don't have the burden of paying 15,000 upfront, and by that setting up different user categories. And so that would be my recommendation, whether it's 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, or whether even allow that. It's up to council to decide how you're going to do that. If you decide to allow them number of years to pay off, that's the way we should do it. We should have separate user category. And it's not local improvement, so we cannot apply the same rules. Can we register something against the property just to make sure that buyer be aware that, they didn't pay up front when the connection was established? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask our sewer planning and development people if that type of a caveat could be registered against the property. I'm not sure about that. But in our system, obviously, that property would be in that category, even if the property changes hands, for as long as that time period exists for 20 years to pay it out. So that would be my recommendation to council. Thank you.
Councillor Beaupre.
I think before we make a decision, we need to have all of the information about whether an instrument can be registered against the property, because there's enough confusion when you're buying a piece of property, especially now when land titles doesn't necessarily takes 4 or 5 months to get your title, that individuals are either having trouble. There's enough penalty, I guess, that are showing up because of the confusion, that there should be something registered. If they haven't paid the connection fee, that there is a requirement to do so. Please, find out from the municipality how much is left owing on that property. But then it's going to be our responsibility to release that caveat on there as well. But at least people understand that there's a cost associated with buying that piece of property. So having said that, Mr. Chair, I think we should probably table this until we get that information, whether we can actually do that, because I would want to make sure that we have all of the information available to us before we make that decision. So I'll make a tabling motion that this come back to a future council meeting with the information as requested.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre of tabling motion 3 until we have more information as discussed. Call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to new business, 8.1, request for proposal award. Thanks, Danielle. Request for proposal development of regional transportation operational funding plan. I'll go right to Kathleen. Go ahead. Welcome back.
Thank you, and good morning, Council Reid. So as you're aware, we've been talking with our partner municipalities about this regionalization of a transportation for accessible transportation and other transportation as well. And we applied for a ACP grant, the Alberta Community Partnership Grant, and we received that. We issued an RFP, and we had 4 submissions for that. So I'm looking for council to approve the successful bidder on that. We had 4 submissions. One was from Dan Tech Associations, and they scored 69.81. Dylan Consulting scored 76.77. Left Turn Right Turn scored 68.02, and Watt Consulting scored 84.32. So based on those results, we are recommending that the RFP be awarded to Watt Consulting Group, and their amount for their bid was $74,790. Any questions about that?
What is council's direction on this? Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option 1.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that council award the development of a regional transportation operational and funding plan to Watt Consulting Group in the tender amount of $74,790 excluding GST, with funding to come from the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. Is there any further discussion to the motion? I do have one question with regards to this. This is primarily, we're the driver, the county is the driver of this. Particularly, I know I've been a strong proponent. The other communities have their own, I don't know that they have the investment looking at the larger picture because they have their own community to look at. So I really want to make sure that the county is driving this, because if we're funding all of these groups, it's how do we best utilize those funds that we're giving to these groups so that we're not just piecemealing it out there. We make most effective use of all those buses. So I really think we have to take a strong leadership role in this.
Yes, and there's a steering committee which will be led by the county, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Moving on to 8.2, sponsorship request for Beaver Lodge Blades Junior Hockey Club. Nora Lee.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. So we have a request from the Beaver Lodge Blades Junior Hockey Club. We received the online sponsorship request for the community assistance from the Beaver Lodge Blades Junior Hockey Club in the amount of $10,000 to support the Beaver Lodge Blades Hypnotist Dinner and Dance event to be held September 1st, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. in Beaver Lodge. So the event details are, it's a dinner and dance event. Funds from the event will support the operation of the junior hockey club in Beaver Lodge, which includes ice costs, equipment, and travel costs. They have about 22 to 25 players, and they host 21 home games and a 3-day spring camp. The club approaches local businesses to donate items and did not have a sponsorship package for this request. We did support them through the rec grants this year of $1,000 on an operating grant. In 2012, we provided $5,000, and in 2011, $3,000. I would like to note that in the application identified that the club had not sought other funds from any other sources besides getting businesses to donate for the silent auction. And that the event budget in the application showed a surplus of $35,000 without any contribution or grant funding from the county, and they did provide their annual financial statements. So there's 3 options for the council to consider on this request: to sponsor it in an amount to be determined by council, with funds to come from the 2023 Community Assistance Grant, which has $13,377 remaining for 2023, that you could take no action on the request and as council directs.
Okay, thank you, Norlie. Is there any questions for Norlie, or what is council's direction? Councillor Beaupre.
You know, I was just reading through, thank you, Mr. Chair, I was just reading through their level of volunteerism and fundraising efforts, and they talk about giving back to organizations, which is very admirable, but they're also collecting money from others to give back, on similar to the discussion we've had in the past, right? I don't have a problem helping support an opportunity to fundraise for their activities, but if they're taking that money and turning around and giving it back to the healthy snack program or volleyball teams, not volleyball teams, pardon me, per se, but to different organizations to help them show up, to exercise the right to show volunteerism, I guess. I have some concerns, but I do admire the fact that they're trying to raise funds so that they have money for their activities, because it's not cheap to run an organization such as theirs. So having said that, I can't support them in their $10,000 ask, but $2,500 to their organization to help with this fundraising event. I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. Get to the right. The council approved the sponsorship request for the Beaver Lodge Blades Junior Hockey Club in the amount of $2,500 for the Beaver Lodge Blades Hypnotist Dinner and Dance event to be held on September 1st, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. in Beaver Lodge, with funding to come from the approved 2023 Community Assistance Grant. Councillor Krennic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to this, I have a little bit of an issue with it based upon the fact that we have other junior hockey teams as well. One that plays out of the county facility, another one in another area. And I just, unless, I think we talked about this quite in depth in the last time there was an application. It opens up the door for a lot of things that I'm not sure that we, is that the best money spent on behalf of the county and our ratepayers and stuff to support? I mean, no disrespect to Beaver Lodge or anything else, but it's really about the county and what we stand for and what everything else. It's nice to help everyone out, but I don't believe I can support this motion as a $35,000 surplus and the previous things that Councillor Beaupre had said about fundraising and donating it to other events. It's just, for me, I'm thinking that unless we are going to jump on the bandwagon and support every single cause that comes in for minor hockey, junior hockey, any kind of hockey or any sport whatsoever, I think we open up a door to that, and I'm just not in favor of supporting every single sports team that comes in. I think there needs to be a definite need requirement. I noticed there's no other funding source has been approached either, so that's where I'm going to sit on that.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Krennic on this. Even though I'm a huge sports supporter, this could open the door. You could have curling teams, hockey teams, football teams, every team that says they have county kids. And I know some of these junior teams bring players in from other areas. It's not just local kids playing. So it is, certainly support sports. It's hard to start picking individual teams and giving them money.
Seeing no further light, or go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, thank you. I appreciate the comments made by my colleagues. I think we have in the past helped support the organizations that are trying to make money so that they can support themselves throughout the year, all across the county. When reading through their correspondence, they also say that they host a 3-day camp, which brings people in from all across the area at the county sportsplex, which helps in fact with the operational costs of the county sportsplex. So, that's why my comment was, or the level of participation is less than the $10,000 that they asked for, which is probably in line with what we've got given others to be able to help offset their costs or raise money to offset the costs that they have. The county sportsplex this year, we gave the hockey team that runs out of there, we gave them some money to help offset the costs of their ice as well. And my colleagues that spoke about opening the door, I think the door has been open for a long time. Thanks.
Councillor Balderson.
Thank you. So when I look at their income and expense, so did they made $60,000 profit this year? Is that
That's
correct?
what it shows in the financials that I received.
So they're a very profitable organization.
Yeah.
It shows $60,776 of net income for the year.
Yeah, and further to that, some of the discussion we had last week is what are those funds being? I mean, that's what they made last year to carry forward to help their costs with this year. It's just because an organization is making money doesn't mean we should necessarily penalize. We maybe should delve a little deeper into what those funds are being used for. What is their total operational cost? So is this 2,500 will help them raise extra money because you look at their full operational costs. And that's $211,000. The 67 or 60,000 is their seed money to get into this year. And so they need to do fundraising. They need to have their other revenue that comes in from players and whatever else to make sure that they have enough to actually run the season, correct?
That would be my understanding, yeah. I had emailed to ask some questions just because there were some things that were unclear to me, like to ask them for a sponsorship package and if they had different rates for sponsorship. They said they would take any money, but they just, I don't know where they originally came up with the $10,000 request, so.
Okay. Because I would agree with Councillor Beaupre, we have helped other organizations so that they can, this 2,500 will hopefully leverage significantly more so they can put that towards their operating for this coming season. So I will be in support of Councillor Beaupre's motion. I'm not seeing any other lights. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.4 sponsorship, or no, sorry, 8.3 sponsorship request for Archie Harvey Memorial Tournament. Back to you, Norley.
Yeah, administration received the request for the Archie Harvey Memorial Tournament to sponsor the 49th event at the Dunes Golf and Country Club. This request came through enforcement. And it falls under the community grants program. So sponsorship opportunities range from $250 to $1,200. The event supports the annual tournament. Corporal Harvey was a RCP member killed in line of duty in Grand Prairie on June 23rd, 1967. The proceeds from this event supports 2 bursaries for the post-secondary education at the Northwestern Polytechnic and the Plain Police Officer Fund. in the past, they have donated to different community charities such as Grand Prairie Victim Services, the SNAC programs with public and Catholic school divisions, Caribou Center, and Kids Sport. So the sponsorship options are a gold sponsorship package, which is full sponsorship for $1,200. It includes 4 entries, signage, and recognition at the tournament. Silver sponsorship includes 2 entries, signage, and recognition at the tournament, and a bronze sponsorship package, which is $250 and includes signage. Last year, council moved to support this event as a silver sponsorship for $750. Again, the funding would come out of that community assistance grant budget.
Councillor Frame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move silver sponsorship package in option 1.
So thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Frame that council approve the sponsorship request from the Archie Harvey Memorial Tournament in the amount of $750, I believe was the silver, with funding to come from the approved 2023 Community Assistance Grant. To the motion, Councillor Zimmerman.
So with that, how many golfers?
That's
Two.
So can we add on in that motion? Can we add on more
second
golfers?
motion for that.
Oh, second golf motion. Okay.
I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So what is council's wishes with regards to the Councillor Balderson? Go ahead. Thank you. We have a motion by Councillor Balderson that council be authorized to attend the Archie Harvey Memorial Golf Tournament on August 18th, 2023 with funding for registration fee of $160 per person come from the council registration and membership budget. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.4, sponsorship request for Beaver Lodge Firefighters Association, Norlie.
Okay, so administration received sponsorship request from the Beaver Lodge Firefighters Association to sponsor the annual Firemen's Ball to be held on September 9th, 2023 at the Beaver Lodge Community Center. Sponsorship ranges from $150 to $2,000, and tickets for the event are available at $100 per person. So the event will happen on September 9th, and it includes a formal dinner, firefighter award ceremony, live and silent auction and entertainment. This event supports the members of the Beaver Lodge Fire Rescue Team that are all volunteers. These dedicated, hardworking men and women put in countless hours of their time to ensure the safety and well-being of our great community. The funds raised from this event will assist with purchasing equipment, upgrading emergency response vehicles, and development of construction of the new fire hall. So we've listed the sponsorship opportunities. We have supported this event in the past, but not the last request came in 2017 when we were a gold sponsor for $1,500. And in 2016, we were a silver sponsor for $1,000. Again, this would be funded through the 2023 Community Assistance Grant.
Deputy Reeve Harris.
Thanks, Reeve Marshall. This is a great year. This is going to be opening of the new fire hall there in Beaver Lodge. So I would move a gold sponsorship of $2,000.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris. The council approve the sponsorship request from Beaver Lodge Firefighters Association for the annual Firemen's Ball held on September 9th, 2023 at the Beaver Lodge Community Center in the amount of $2,000 gold sponsorship with funding to come from the approved 2023 Community Assistance Grant Community Wellness and Safety Stream. Councillor Beaupre to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I can support the gold sponsorship because as it said, they're looking for money to help with the new hall, which we're already in for half, and to go towards equipment for both medical co-response and emergency services, which we continue to put money towards that as well. So if this is to help offset the event, the cost of the event to host the grand opening of the hall, yes. But if it's going towards any of the other, I am concerned that we're already funding that at to half of the costs already.
Okay, so my understanding is this is a general statement because typically the volunteer organizations will fund extra for their equipment as they go forward. So the funding stream that they've already to the hall, they've already put in their money to the construction of the hall. So that would be, I think that was just a general statement because those funds have already been allocated from their association, what they're putting towards the hall. So is there any further discussion? I'll call a question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.5, request for Reeve and Council Alberta Industrial Heartland Conference Networking. Reed. This is under your name. Or should Acting Director of Planning and Services, this is your baby. Is Hetty online? Can you hear us, Hetty?
I am, yes.
Okay, would you like to take this?
Sure, I don't have the RFD in front of me. Just give me 1 second, please. This is the Alberta Industrial Heartland one?
Yes.
Okay. So we were able to secure tickets for the conference. I believe the date is September 18th and
It says September 14th here.
Okay,
Which
sorry,
date is
September
it?
14th. And we are sharing the tickets with the MD of Greenview as well as the City of Grand Prairie. So because we secured the space, we're taking 4 seats. And so we would like council to be able to attend this conference and networking event, as well as potentially offer 1 ticket to Alberta Council so that they can help with our connections and advocacy.
So with regards to this, originally it was supposed to be the 18th, the next week. So is the 14th, is this correct?
Well, let me double check. I believe it's the 18th. Or sorry. The 14th, sorry.
Okay. So I won't be here for that. I'll still be in Europe. So someone, Deputy Reeve Harris, this will fall on your shoulders. So, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having heard that, I'll move option number 1, or for motion number 1, which is that council authorize the Reeve designate and chief administrative officer or designate to attend the Alberta Industrial Heartland Conference and Networking Reception to be held on September the 14th, 2023 at the Edmonton Convention Center, utilizing the available tickets.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council authorize the Reeve designate and chief administrative officer or designate to attend the Alberta Industrial Heartland Conference and Networking Reception to be held on September 14, 2023 at the Edmonton Convention Center, utilizing the available tickets. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.6, request for Reeve and Council Economic Developers Alberta Ministry Dinner. Is this, go ahead.
1 more motion
Oh,
request.
sorry. I moved ahead. Let me go back. Go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
With regards to item 8.5, there's a second administrative recommendation. So I'd move that council direct administration to extend an invite to the county's representatives from Alberta Council to attend the Alberta Industrial Heartland Conference and Networking Reception to be held on September the 14th, 2023 at the Edmonton Convention Centre.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council direct administration to extend an invite to counties representatives from Alberta Council to attend the Alberta Industrial Heartland Conference and Networking Reception to be held on September 14, 2023 at the Edmonton Convention Centre. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no lights, I'll call a question. That motion is carried. So moving on to 8.6. Eddie, this is back to you again for the Economic Developers Alberta Ministry Dinner.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So the EDA Ministry Dinner will be held October 18th in Edmonton at the Coast Plaza Hotel. We are a gold sponsor, our gold partner this year, and this includes a table for 6 participants. So we would like to send Reeve Marshall and or council members and or CAO Julia and or the Director of Planning, and also extend an invite to our Alberta Council lobbyists to attend this ADA Ministry Dinner.
Thank you. What is council's direction on this? Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move motion number 1 that the council authorize the Reeve or designate and chief administrative officer or designate to attend the 2023 Economic Developers Association of Alberta Ministry Dinner on October 18th to be held at the Coast Hotel in Edmonton, utilizing the tickets included with the Gold Partnership sponsor.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor, but by Councillor Beaupre that council authorize the Reeve or designate and chief administrative officer designate to attend the 2023 Economic Developers Alberta Ministry Dinner on October 18, 2023 to be held at the Coast Hotel in Edmonton, Alberta, utilizing the tickets included in the Gold Partnership sponsorship. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8. Is there another motion there? Oh, sorry. And we have Deputy or Councillor Krennic, sorry.
I'll make that motion, motion number 2.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic, the council direct administration to extend an invite to the county's representatives from Alberta Council to attend the 2023 Economic Developers Alberta Ministry Dinner on October 18th, 2023 to be held at the Coast Hotel in Edmonton, Alberta. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.7. Hetty, back to you.
My apologies. Is this the Masqua?
Yes, it is.
Okay, one moment. I'm just opening it up. So at a previous committee of the whole meeting from June 29th, there was a resolution by Councillor Balderston that council authorizes Councillor Leanne Beaupre and Councillor Brian Peterson to attend the Masqua Medical Clinic meetings on behalf of the county. We are proposing option 1 that the county administration authorizes Councillor Leanne Beaupre and Councillor Brian Peterson to attend the Masqua Medical Clinic meetings on behalf of the county.
Just a question before I go to, for administration, before I go to Deputy Harris. I've been attending these meetings, so should I be mentioned in there as well? This was to add 2 additional councillors. So should my name be mentioned in this if it's an official motion? Yeah. Okay, so Deputy Reeve Harris.
So you want to be mentioned?
Well,
So.
yeah, I do.
Mentioned in dispatches, right? So, I'd move that council authorize Councillor Leanne Beaupre and Councillor Brian Peterson to attend the Masqua Medical Clinic meetings on behalf of the county, as well as Reeve Marshall. So how's that? How's that?
Oh, they're each, yeah,
So I don't think we need an alternate if there's three of you.
no.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris, the council authorized Reeve Marshall, Councillor Leon Beaupre, and Councillor Brian Peterson to attend the Moscow Medical Clinic meetings on behalf of the county. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Moving on to 8.8, Recreation Services Agreement with the Town of Wembley. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. The Town of Wembley and County of Grand Prairie entered into an intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement quite a few years ago. The Recreation Services Agreement is one of the agreements under the ICF between the two municipalities. The agreement expired on December 31, 2022. The Town of Wembley submitted their new funding request in April 2023 and is still gathering information regarding some of the items related to that request. It is expected that ICC committee will review the request in the fall in time for the 2024 budget. Meanwhile, the town is requesting to extend the expired agreement by 1 year. So in the table below, the agreement that expired included three components: green spaces and public parks, recreational programming, and Wembley Arena, which is funding that the county would transfer to the town, and the town then would provide to the society that is operating the arena. The expired agreement includes 2.5% escalator. So the fees that we actually paid in every year, as you see, increased from $100,000 to $105,000, $62.50 in 2022. The extension request, if applying that same 2.5% escalator, would amount to $107,689. We actually included that much in our budget. We did not know what exactly the request will be from the town. We actually received the request right before our final budget, and then since then we attempted to schedule a couple ICC meetings, but because the town didn't have information through the arena that their society that operates the arena currently, so we weren't able to meet yet. So the request is now in the front of you, and also the agreement has expired. It actually contemplated potential to extend the agreement by 2 additional years by mutual agreement in writing. It was supposed to happen 6 months prior to the expiry of the term, but you know how time goes. And so looking for council's decision on this one. And once again, our 2023 operating budget includes funding as requested in this RFD. Thank you.
Councillor Zimmerman.
I'll move option 1.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Zimmerman that council authorize a 1-year extension to the Recreation Services Agreement between the Town of Wembley and the County of Grand Prairie with funding of $107,689.03 to come from the 2023 operating budget. Is there any further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to 8.9, which is the Hythe Legion Supper. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. We received a request from Hythe Legion seeking a volunteer group from the county of Grand Prairie to cook Legion supper in Hythe. So they do that every Friday. It's a fundraiser, and they're suggesting few dates. August 11, November 17th, November 24th, December 1, and December 8. And email correspondence is attached. And that they're hoping that the group from the county will cook a Legion supper in Hythe every Friday. The Legion in Hythe has volunteer groups, cook supper for the community. Menu planning, grocery shopping, cooking, and cleanup is all done by the volunteer group. The supper costs $15 per person, and the profits go to the operation of the Legion. It is the option of the volunteer group to either pay for the food or the Legion will reimburse the cost. So looking for council's direction. Thank you.
What is council's wishes on this? Before, I'm not seeing any, but I do have a question with regards to this. So is this, they want sponsorship for each one of those dates, or those are dates that are available?
Those are dates that are available, sorry. So they're looking for one of the dates, commitment
those
from
dates.
the county for one of the dates.
And do we have what the cost would be to supply the food? Did they give an idea what that would be?
No, and we did not ask. You, yeah.
Councillor Peterson.
But
Well, they're cooking, not us.
nope,
No, we would be cooking.
you're
yeah.
cooking.
We would plan
Says
the
right
meal,
there,
buy the
Reeve will
groceries.
be frying.
No, it doesn't. It says volunteer group has the option to either pay for the food or the Legion will reimburse the cost.
The food, they still go to cook.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I want
A
to see.
full day
Deputy.
work.
Yes.
So I'll make a few comments on it. One, I definitely will have to vote in favor because this is from my mom. Written by my daughter, yeah, so, but it's a great community function that raises a lot of money for the Legion. And because it's ongoing, it's every Friday, it's something that people are habitually will go to, and so they habitually are funding the operation, you know, and for someone in the city of Grand Prairie, it's not that big of a deal, but we don't even have a restaurant in Hythe right now. So being able to go out on a Friday and have supper is really nice. And so the cooking is done by different family groups. The RCMP comes in and does some of them. So it's, and I think it would look good if the council come out and did one too. My mother and sisters have lists of meals and amounts of food and stuff. So that type of thing would be quite easy if somebody didn't want to go through all that work. But yeah, that's all.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the event hosted at the Hythe Elementary Junior High School, the volunteer event, Mrs. Peterson actually approached me as well and asked if we would be interested in coming out. I follow the Hythe Legion on social media and I see all the different groups that go through there. And the different groups always have the same 10 individuals that actually participate over and over and over again. And as Councillor Peterson had said, it is a fundraiser for the Legion. Legion does provide a very important service to our communities, and it is a community function. There's people that come from all over. I had family that used to go on a regular basis on Fridays and go out to see people that were in their community or from that area, the West County. So I think it would be a good function for council to have to join in together to do some cooking. And, you know, we have a barbecue too. If we wanted to do a barbecue, something different for the Legion, that I could do that. So I'd support option 1, I think it is. Is there no option? Sorry, that's option 1 is as we want. So I'd like to move that council participate in the Ice Legion volunteer suppers, with a date to be determined by all of us, I guess.
And Councillor Peterson is in charge of volunteering, getting everything organized. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, we could do that
He
too.
would be our go-between, right?
Yeah, our liaison to the
Yeah,
organization.
liaison, yeah.
Okay, with Councillor Peterson being our liaison to the organization.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. The council participate in cooking a Legion supper in Height on one of the following dates, following Fridays to be determined. And where's the funding to come from for that?
Council initiatives.
Council initiative.
Yeah.
And with
Sorry,
funding to
page.
come from council initiatives.
Yeah, we can. I guess it depends on what count. Yeah, we can pick a date, I guess. There's 2,
Has
4,
everybody got their calendar open?
5 available.
A quick question here. On the request, there was it's kind of a two-part request. There's the volunteer portion and then whether we would choose to pay for the food as well or have the Legion pay for the foods.
Well, it's coming from the council
Yeah.
initiative, so
Both.
this applies for paying for food.
Okay.
Comes out of your day rate, this one.
State pay rate.
Whatever month it is, it's off your top. of your bill.
Yeah, that is my intention, is that the county of Grand Prairie would pay for the food and volunteer to do the work.
The 11th is a zone meeting, so that one, we're in Wabasca.
Yeah,
Let's do that one.
that might be a
So
long. day.
administration's gonna cover for us, is that what you're saying?
We're at the Legion or at the zone meeting.
Yeah. Okay, I'd rather go, no, sorry.
So
Um,
next is November.
I would suggest December, if you want me to participate.
December, you said?
I think December 1st is a Friday, of course. And then we have on our agendas is Thursday's the committee of, or Thursday's committee of whole. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
we
on
don't have
Friday.
anything on the Friday on the
Nope.
1st, so.
Yep.
At this point on my calendar is what's everybody else's calendar look like? December 1st? Okay, Councillor Peterson to the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, my button's just stuck on there. Nothing else to.
There won't be any barbecuing pertaining to it.
No.
Took that out.
Okay, so the motion as it reads is by Councillor Beaupre that council participate in the cooking a Legion supper in Height on December 1st, 2023 with funding come from the council initiatives. Call the question. That motion is carried. So it's 12:03. There's 3 items, well, there's a few items left, so we will recess till 1 o'clock.
Thank you guys for saving my life.
So next on our agenda, under new business is 8.10, request to direct commercial truck traffic from 116th Street, Range Road 63 to Township 710. Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to item 8.10, this is a intermunicipal or intermunicipal discussion, or an item that would fall under our intermunicipal collaboration discussions. So therefore, I think we should be having this one in a closed session.
Okay.
So I'd
you.
like to defer this down to the closed session after the, at the end of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move 8.10 into our closed session discussions because it's related to our ICC discussions with the city. So with that, we'll move on to, we don't need a motion for that, to defer that, correct? Okay, we'll
Consensus.
move on to 8.11. Okay, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Hearing that, then, Mr. Chair, I'll move that 8.10 be moved to closed session, which is an item number 13. 13.1, please.
13.2.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council moves item 8.10 to closed session. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So we'll move on to 8.11, which is County of Grand Prairie Business Plan Update. Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. County of Grand Prairie Business Plan is updated twice a year on the status of administrative activities. The business plan reflects activities in alignment with Council's strategic plan. The last update was presented on February 27th, 2023, and that's after the last strategic update by Council. So the document is presented for your information. If you go right to the document, you will see that under each section, there is a section with comments. And in some areas, you will see comments on the progress. And in some areas, you will see updates as to the timeline for relevant item. So this is presented for council information. So for the most part, we're on track. We have some items a little bit fallen behind, but that's mainly due to the wildfire response that we had to address. And yeah, looking for council's feedbacks or question, and directors are here available to answer questions.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you. Under item number 3, continue advocacy to bring infrastructure issues to the attention of other orders of government. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on some of our advocacy issues now with the new government, new ministers. I know we've got a few events planned that the Reeve and or designate and administration will be attending, but you know, I think there's some key ministers that we should be trying to get a meeting with or an audience with at some point to bring some of our advocacy issues up front. I appreciate we have an organization that helps us with this, but they will be going back in October, and now they're at community events all over the province. I think it's a really opportune time to get some of that advocacy work done.
That's correct. Thank you for that question. We are actually have a meeting tomorrow. Then we also having a meeting with, or we're working on a meeting with MLA Shane Getson, and he might be coming and tour in the area in August. We also working with Alberta Council on specific targeted meetings, and specifically regarding Highway 40X Southwest Bypass, because we know now that federal funding wasn't approved. So the idea is to target all of the members who are currently appointed to the Treasury Board with presentations by council. So that is all in works and we will be scheduling those meetings. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just further to that, I think it's really important that the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors be one of the individuals that we request a meeting with or invite him to come to the north. Not sure how often he's been here. I know I met him once when he was the Minister of Forestry and Agriculture, and his comment then was he hadn't been north. And so it would be, I think, of our benefit to invite them here to him or many and give them a tour around.
That's right. That would be ideal. So the MLA Shane Getson, he's a parliamentary secretary for the Economic Corridor Development. So that's also hopefully a move in the right direction. But yes, absolutely. The way we approach it, if the minister cannot come here, we would accommodate their schedule at any time and not wait for RMA, because that's when every other municipality wants to meet as well, right? So yeah.
Do we also do we also advocate to the deputy ministers as well? Because within the organization, sometimes there may be a difference of opinion between the minister and some of the bureaucrats that are within the organization, to make sure that we have support for the project.
Yep, that would be also very important. So that would be on administration side. We would be working with Alberta Council to reach out to deputy ministers and ADMs from administrative side to make sure that we have their support as well for the project, because they make recommendations. There's quite a few new faces on a deputy minister's list. We just most recently discussed it. So yes, so we have a bit of work to do there, that's for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments around the business plan as presented? Questions? So this is for information, Councillor Beaupre.
Sorry, back to the comment that was made about the federal funding for infrastructure. In our advocacy plans, I don't see us speaking to other levels of government. So to our MP for the area, making them aware of what our requests are, or what the priority is for some of that federal infrastructure dollars, whether it be for water treatment plants or hard surfacing roads, that type of thing. And I wonder if it wouldn't be our benefit to have a meeting with our MP, with Chris Workington, in the near future.
Absolutely, we can make arrangements for that, that's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing no further lights at this point. So we'll move on to item 8.12. Alberta Enterprise Group event. Julia, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So there's this event it will take place on July 31 in Calgary, with Minister of Environment and Protected Areas, Rebecca Schultz, as a keynote speaker. So she will be speaking on the subject of ensuring a strong, vibrant energy industry, a diverse economy, and innovation and technologies that's helping us reduce emissions. So looking at Council's direction whether authorize the REEF to attend this event. It's about 3-hour event over lunchtime. The REEF or alternate, I guess. The cost for a non-member to attend is $95 plus travel and accommodations and honorariums.
Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move option 1, that council authorize the REEF to attend the Alberta Enterprise Group event on July 31st, 2023 in Calgary, with funding to come from the council budget line.
Thank you. You have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council authorize the REEF to attend the Alberta Enterprise Group event on July 31st, 2023 in Calgary, with funding to come from the council budget line. Is there any further discussion with regards to this?
Just wondering if there would be a benefit of senior administration to go with you.
I most likely will go with Reeve, but I don't have to be
We
included
don't
in the
need,
motion.
we don't need to include you in the
Thank you.
motion. Yeah, okay, thank you.
I guess the one question I do have for administration would be nice to know if we know who is all going to be there so we can, if we have specific targets for information or advocacy items, if we have an idea who is on the guest list.
I will inquire from Alberta Council if they have access to the guest list. But as I was exploring more about Alberta Enterprise Group, I've learned that we have a local representation there. Spike Martins, he's on the board of directors for Alberta Enterprise Group. So
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre. Is there any further discussion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So moving on to item 9, information items. There are none. Notice of motion. Are there any notice of motion from council? I'm seeing none. Move on to council member reports. Is there anything that anyone would like to add or any questions for within the reports that have been presented to council? I'm seeing no lights on. So we'll move on to item 12, administrative reports. We have all the CAO and all the directors' reports. There are any questions for any of the directors around the information that they provided on the month-end reports? Well, they're getting off easy. So no lights at this point. So we'll move on to closed session. Oh, Julia, go ahead.
sorry, just to inform council, as you are aware of this new process where the municipality is required to provide information about outstanding taxes for oil and gas companies, right? So the current process is we submit a list to municipal affairs. The last time it was formally requested was June 23rd. And of course, it was before the deadline, and it was actually only for arrears. They were not asking for current year outstanding taxes, only for arrears. Just to tell you, in case you get phone calls from oil and gas companies, because of it's a new process, and some companies did not clear up their taxes till the end of the
end of June
deadline, end of June, and then we were requested to supply them with letters, because they appeared on the ER list as with outstanding taxes because of the date of June 23rd. So we were working through that and finding a way to making sure that those oil and gas companies that clear their taxes get pulled off that list, or it sounds like every time they submit something, even minor license or anything that normally wouldn't be, substantially reviewed by ER, get flagged and get kicked out apparently. So just to let you know, we were working through that with the companies who paid their taxes. So
okay,
yeah,
thank you. Councillor Krennic.
Will we go into closed session?
Thank you. I have a motion on. Okay, just before I call the question, go ahead, Councillor Beaupre.
Comment, thank you. So in that webinar that was last week that was put on by with regards to extraction of minerals and the regulations, legislation around minerals, there is quite a bit of discussion around Alberta Energy's regulators' role in trying to identify that some of these people that will be pulling licenses for mineral extraction will also have ability where they're actually doing conventional oil and gas activities as well. So there'll be still some overlap in some of that as well. And it was asked, there were specifically questions asked around that because we see major players diversifying their business operations. And so they want to make sure municipalities that were on the workshop or in the seminar are specifically asking for legislation or oversight on outstanding taxes to municipalities before any other licensings are given for any other activities. So just so people are aware.
Good, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Krennic to move into closed session. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. Sabina, if you just let me know when we can. So we'll call the meeting back to order. We have Deputy Reeve Harris with regards to 13.1 personnel.
Thank you, Reeve Marshall. In regards to item 13.1, I'd move that council approve the Chief Administrative Officer's annual performance evaluation report as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Deputy Reeve Harris. The council approved the Chief Administrative Officer Annual Performance Evaluation Report as presented. And yours separate, correct, Councillor Beaupre? So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. That motion is carried. With regards to item 8.10, Councillor Beaupre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the Reeve respond to the letter from Mayor Clayton as discussed.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Councillor Beaupre that council direct administration to respond to the City of Grand Prairie request to direct commercial traffic, truck traffic from 116th.
No.
It should be the Reeve.
Oh, it should be, the letter was
Directed
sent
to the
you,
Reeve, yeah. Yeah, it was sent to me, but, and I passed it on to, so I should be the one responding, but you will craft it for me.
That the Reeve respond to mayor, or the letter from the mayor as discussed in closed session.
So the council direct the Reeve to respond.
So you can pretty much make up what you want.
To respond to the City of Grand Prairie's request to direct commercial traffic from 116th Street, Range Road 63 to Township 710 as discussed in closed session. Is there any further discussion to the motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call the question. That motion is carried. So with that, there are no. Go ahead.
I noticed that we've been receiving correspondence from other municipalities with regards to the closing of the Fairview College. Should the County of Grand Prairie also be responding, not just attending?
That's a discussion for council. Do we want to add it to the next agenda?
Will we be too late to add it to the next agenda item, or because it's coming up here shortly, the minister is going to be, I guess it's never too late, but it would be nice if she had that information to know where the County of Grand Prairie stands on that. Well, I know we haven't had that conversation. We're all attending the forum that she's going to be having, right?
Well, not all, let's say this way.
We're all invited to.
We're all invited to attend.
Yeah.
Correct.
So Julia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I do not believe we have sufficient information on what exactly the college is considering right now to have that conversation. So I hope that from that tour, we will learn. And then from that, council can make an informed decision what letter to send. Because I saw the MD of Greenview letter, and it's pretty much copy and paste from the letter that was from Fairview. But maybe MD of Greenview had information we do not. But it's all related to their Fairview campus. And, without having that information, we don't know. Maybe it is the best business decision for college. It's just till you hear that full story. Yeah. August 14th. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we are adjourned.
Okay, now